Good morning, everyone, and welcome to a Wednesday of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. Today's first post is coming up in 34 minutes. We'll have scratches and changes in just a moment. But first, we ask you to please rise, remove your caps as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. And thank you, everyone, and once again, a pleasant good afternoon to you all. And welcome to day number 6 of our season here at Tampa Bay Downs. A Wednesday of live racing set to get underway in 33 minutes. The main track is fast. The turf is firm. We're racing under sunny skies. Temperatures right around 70 degrees for much of today's 9-race program. If you have your programs handy, let's go over today's overweights, scratches, and changes. Starting in today's first race, race 1 kicks off the early pick 5. 2 scratches in here. Scratch number 3, Protest. Number 3, Protest is out. Scratch the 3. And scratch number 6, Dave Did It. Scratch 3 and 6 out of today's first race. With those scratches, no super high 5 in the first race, so that super high 5 carryover will be in race 2. Speaking of race 2, it also starts the early pick 4. A scratch of number 3, Lucky White. Number 3, Lucky White is out. Scratch the 3. Jockey change on the number 7, Norma's Irish Lass. Make the rider Adamar Santos. Adamar Santos rides number 7, Norma's Irish Lass. With that rider change, waive the apprentice allowance, a corrected weight of 120 pounds. Adamar Santos in 120 on the 7 in race 2. Race number 3 starts that middle pick 4. Scratch number 4, Park Avenue Betty. Number 4, Park Avenue Betty is scratch. Scratch number 4, Park Avenue Betty out of today's third race. Race number 4 starts the Ultimate 6. In today's fourth race, scratch number 2, Rolling On. Number 2, Rolling On. The morning line second choice is scratch. Scratch number 2, Rolling On. And a jockey overweight on the number 3, Dundee. Make that rider plus 1 pound. Plus 1 on the number 3, Dundee. In today's fourth race, race 4 starts the Ultimate 6. Race 5 on the turf course. It's the Freddie Z and Friends purse. Starts that late pick 5. Jockey change on the number 2, Dominican Thunder. Make the rider Adamar Santos. Adamar Santos rides number 2, Dominican Thunder. Jockey change on the number 12, Reneg. Make the rider Chris Landeros. Chris Landeros rides the number 12, Reneg. Scratch number 13, Amori MVP. Number 13, Amori MVP is scratched. Scratch the also eligible runner, number 13, Amori MVP out of today's 5th. Race 6, the good allowance optional claiming event on the main track. Ownership correction on the number 1, Cali Sue. Should read owner Jennifer A. Mecca. Number 1 ownership correction there. Scratch of number 3, Gallup d'Hermes. Number 3, Gallup d'Hermes is scratch. Scratch the 3 out of today's 6th race. Race 7 on the turf course. No changes in today's 7th. No changes in race 7. Race 8 is also clear. No changes in race 8. Race 8, no changes. Our 9th and final race, scratch number 1, Loyal Clement. Number 1, Loyal Clement is scratch. Scratch the 1. Also scratch number 5, Kohaku. Number 5, Kohaku is out. Scratch 1 and 5. And jockey change on the number 12, Bobby Bob. Marcos Meneses rides. Marcos Meneses on the 12. Again, the scratches in race 9, scratch 1 and 5. Those are your updated overweight scratches and changes. Today's first post coming up in 29 minutes. Fans, just a reminder, our 10 Days of Festivus handicapping contest starts here in a couple of days on Friday. The 10 Days of Festivus online contest. It's a free contest. You can get signed up now. Visit TampaBayDowns.com for more information on how to sign up and how to play. Again, registration is underway. The contest begins on Friday and runs through Christmas Eve. The winner will receive a $1,000 prize. So be sure to check out the 10 Days of Festivus handicapping contest online. Visit TampaBayDowns.com for more information. Also coming up this Saturday, we have our first stakes action of the season here at Tampa Bay Downs. The inaugural and the Sandpiper Stakes will be contested. $125,000 on the line for the 2-year-old fillies and 2-year-old boys as we start the march toward the Tampa Bay Derby coming up this spring. Again, that's coming up on Saturday, stakes action, December the 6th. But for today, we got a fast main track and a firm turf course and a sunny afternoon. Should be a pleasant Wednesday at the races. We wish you the best of luck today with all of your wagers here at beautiful Tampa Bay Downs.
Well, happy Wednesday, everybody. Rank Carruthers here. Great 9-race program ahead of us. Race 1 will kick off that early pick 5, and it is with a main 10 for 3-year-olds and up, set at 7 furlongs on the main track. The number 7, Naikos in for Sacco, hasn't been on dirt since June, and that was an off the layoff New York 30 contested in the slop at Belmont at the Big A. It was a speed and fade that day. Other than that, the only other dirt start he has had was the debut in a New York maiden 40 going 6.5 furlongs, and he had a bad start that afternoon, then made a middle move into a slow pace. I mean, the half was in 47. He flattened out after that. That was as a 2-year-old also. It was also pre-Lasix. He's in this start off trying to wire main 16 on the turf at the Meadowlands. Tired late to get beat 3.5 there in the end. Curious to see how he does here for Sacco. I mean, the barn is off to a great start so far. The 5 in for Joe Orsino, hasn't been on dirt in a very long time. First 2 to start the career were when in the barn of Brittany Russell, and those were some good main special weight fields at Delaware and Laurel. He ran pretty competitively against them too. For just one example, the winner of the Laurel Maiden went on to win his next 2 races, including the Stardust Asker Stakes, earning back-to-back figures of 90. Now, as of late, this boy's been running at the main 12.5 level on synthetic at Gulfstream. Last 2 were at a mile 70, though he has shown ability to get a check at a sprint. Should appreciate the surface and the cutback while dropping in for 10. And then I'm going to complete the top 3 at the number 2, Fly Commander for Gerard Okoa. This is another who hasn't been on a fast dirt track in a minute. Last time was when he was well beaten in 5th in the main 25 at Gulfstream, but that was off a couple of solid performances against restricted 3-year-old company here at Tampa at the main 25 and main 32 level. We'll see how he fares back on this course and repaired with Sammy, who has made the board with him every time he's been aboard. So I'm going to go 7-5-2 in race 1 to start the day and the early pick 5.
The horse is onto the track post-braiding for today's first race, the first of 9 here on a Wednesday at Tampa Bay Downs. Field of 6 set to go the 7 furlongs here in the opener. It's a maiden claiming event, $10,000 down to $8,000. 3-year-olds and upward. Scratch numbers 3 and 6. 3 and 6 are scratched. Race number 1 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We start at pick 3. We start that early pick 5. 42,000 plus in that pool already. You've still got 7 minutes to post time. Reminder with the scratches, no super high 5. No super high 5 here in today's first. Post time for the opener in 7 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's first race, our early pick 5s in 2 minutes. That pool just about to jump over $60,000. Still heading north with 2 minutes left to post time. 2 minutes. The horses are now making their way up the 7 furlong chute, heading to the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate as post time. They're lining up now for today's opener. First of 9 here on a beautiful Wednesday in Oldsmar, Florida. Field of 6 at 7 furlongs. Your post time favorite 8-5 on the number 2 Fly Commander. 5-2 for the number 7 Nikosh. And 3-1 on the number 5 Devilment. Is Kenrick going to be the first to move in? Kicking off the early pick 5 here. That pool now over $100,000. Still got a few more moments to get involved. Fly Commander, the 8-5 favorite up to gate 2. Jockey Samuel Marin aboard. Here's Cuckoo, Rosario Montanez, and the Rice Racing white and green. Final 3 going to be Devilment, Nikosh, and Super Tiz will be all set for a start. Today's opener, ready to kick off day 6 of the season. Charlie Marquez and Greg Sacco teaming up with Nikosh. And Super Tiz, Richard Mitchell to the outside draw. Fast main track, firm turf course. Another sunshine day here in the Sunshine State. Good luck to all the horse players here on track and around the country. Let's kick off this Wednesday card. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Fly Commander out well from the inside gate, right between horses. Devilment is close up. Super Tiz out wide along with Nikosh. And here's Nikosh and Super Tiz. They're coming up after the lead. Fly Commander just to their inside, a length back in third. It's two more back to Devilment, the red colors, who's out fourth, about 3.5, 4 off the top. Another two then find Cuckoo and Kenrick, those two at the back early. The six of them covered by about 8 lengths. As they work up the back stretch, it's Charlie Marquez and Nikosh, 3/4 of a length in front of Super Tiz on the outside. Fly Commander gets a little bit closer now, draws within a length and 3/4 as they go toward that half-mile pole. 23.37 seconds was the opening quarter-mile time, and Nikosh takes him to the fire turn just over a length in front of Super Tiz. Fly Commander continues down with that inside track, is third, just a length and a tail off the leader. Had to tap on the brakes momentarily there. Meanwhile, Devilment, red colors, fourth on the outside, 2.5 off the leader, trying to come after this longtime leader Nikosh, who got the opening half in 47 seconds flat. Winding around to the quarter pole. Nikosh still that length in front. Super Tiz trying to come after them. These two have been 1-2 throughout. Fly Commander still bottled up in behind, going to look to take to the outside. Then comes Devilment as they're into the stretch, and here's Super Tiz up on the outside to come after Nikosh. Fly Commander tries to follow that move up into the third spot as they have a final eighth of a mile to go. Super Tiz and Richard Mitchell in front coming to the 16th pole. Fly Commander on the outside. Nikosh still battling away down toward the rail. It's Super Tiz. Here's a surging Fly Commander on the outside. Super Tiz to hold on though. Fly Commander was second. Third looked like Nikosh over late flying Cuckoo, who finished fourth. Eight, 2, 7, 4, and 5. 5-1 winner here, Super Tiz in the opener. 124.99 seconds the final time for that 7-furlong trip. Results now official. $12 on the win for Super Tiz. Super Tiz into the winner's circle. Breaks the maiden here in career start number 7. 3-year-old Chestnut Ridgeling by Tiz the Law out of Slew's Golden Rule was bred in Pennsylvania by Blackstone Farm LLC. Roger B. Sterling, the winning owner. Michael Simone, the winning trainer. Richard Mitchell on board for the winning ride. Super Tiz, 5-1 winner to kick off today's 9-race program. Prices on your television monitor, that exact to $12.20, trifecta $27.20, and the dime super $29.94. Just a reminder, on-track show prices on the board will appear in yellow. And that's because takeout is 10% on track show wagers, so do be aware of that as you're joining us here on track. Post time for the second race coming up in 21 minutes. We start the early pick 4 in here. Scratch number 3, Lucky White. Number 3, Lucky White is out. Field of 7 remain in. We do have a super high 5 carryover here of $2,335. Also a jock change on the number 7, Norma's Irish Lass. Make the rider Adamar Santos wave the bug, 120 pounds to be carried. Post time for today's second 21 minutes.
Race 2 is going to start that early pick 4. It's a main 16 for fillies and mares, 3 years old and up, set at 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 6, Cozinal, is in here for Reynaldo Yanez. Tied to wire on debut back this spring when a main 40 came off the turf. Tired after dueling, had to settle for 4th, went to the grass after that, and it wasn't until that last outing here in for main 10 that she got back on a dirt track. Had a wide draw, pressed the pace set by Rancho Vista, but she just could not go on with her. Had to settle for 3rd. That might have served as a solid tightener, however, for the second try over the track. And while she does lose Ferrer, she does get Marin. The number 8, Better Half Cash, in here for James Alessi. Last 2 starts were being special weights for 3 and ups at Belterra. Ran a solid 3rd in the first attempt, which was a first off the layoff. Showed speed before getting past to finish 2.5 back of the winner. I know she wasn't great in the starts she's had here at Tampa, off the board in all 3. But one of those was pre-Lasix and at the main 32 level as a 2-year-old. Then she was a well-beaten 8th, but that was a 5.5 furlong sprint at the main 25 level. Then the other dirt race she had here was another main 25 at 5.5, and she had a terrible start from the gate. I think dropped in for 16. She could do better here. And as for the layoff, the best race she's run was off the bench. The number 2, Debs Seabreeze, is making a second start for Moises Yanez after finishing 6th in the first start for the barn. That was just a 5 furlong sprint at the main 25 level at Gulfstream Park. Fast pace. She tried to hang within sniffing distance, but it proved to be too much. She's only raced on dirt once. It was on debut here at Tampa in a main 16, and she was a speed and fade. The original barn then tried a mile on the grass. She hung in close to the pace about halfway through. I think second off the layoff, back on dirt, and at the 16 level, she could get on the board at the very least. So I'm going to go 6-8-2 in race 2, which again starts our early pick 4.
The horse is onto the track, post-breeding for today's second race, a $16,000 maiden claiming event for fillies and mares. 3-year-olds and upward, they'll be at 6 furlongs over that fast main track. Field of 7 set to go here. Scratch number 3, Lucky White. Number 3 is out. Jockey change on the number 7, Norma's Irish Lass. Make the rider Adamar Santos 120 pounds to be carried. Waive the apprentice allowance. Race number 2 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We have a super high 5 carryover of $2,335. This race also offers a pick 3. We start the early pick 4. First of 3 pick 4s on today's Wednesday card. Post time is 5 minutes away. Two minutes to post time. Today's second race, 2 minutes away. Attention Tampa Bay Downs patrons, paging Victor Mendez to the security counter and security office on the first floor. Victor Mendez, please head to the security office on the first floor. Victor Mendez, please head to the security office on the first floor. The horses are approaching the starting gate. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's second race. Start of the early pick 4 here. That pool over 36 grand. Field of 7 here at the 6 furlong distance. Your 3 to 5 favorite, number 6, Cozenal. Samuel Marin for Reynaldo Yanez. 3 to 1 on the number 7, Norma's Irish Lass. Out to 6 to 1 for the 2, Deb Seabreeze, your third choice. Here is the aforementioned Deb Seabreeze moving up. Lucky Flay to gate 4. Apprentice Noel Herman on board. Here's Gracious Beauty in those house green colors to gate 5. Cipriano Gill aboard. Lucky Flay not quite in. Just about gone forward, now has. Here's Gracious Beauty going to be the next to join the line. 3 back, Cozenal, Norma's Irish Lass, and Better Have Cash will be all set for a start here. Today's second. Here's your 1 to 2 favorite, Cozenal. Cozenal to gate 6. Norma's Irish Lass, Better Have Cash are the last 2. Here's Norma. And here's Better Have Cash. Sarah Hess to the outside. Early pick 4 time. Better Have Cash box at the gate, but now inching forward. And Better Have Cash goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Norma's Irish Lass came away a step slow. Good start for the favorite, Cozenal. Deb Seabreeze down toward the inside a little quicker, though. And Deb Seabreeze going to take over through that first 16th mile. Quickly puts 2.5 on Cozenal, who's back in second. Then comes Lucky Flay, Gracious Beauty there in between runners. Better Have Cash out wide. Down along the fence. Love that gal. That second group well clustered. It's about 5 or 6 more back to the slow starting Norma's Irish Lass, who is the trailer. A half mile left to go. Deb Seabreeze. That lead was 2.5. It's down to 1 now as Lucky Flay, Cozenal, they press closer second and third. Down to the inside trying to come through is Love That Gal. Better Have Cash. Going to be 4 wide around to the turn as again only about 3 lengths separate those top 5. 2.5 more to Gracious Beauty and then another 4 back to Norma's Irish Lass. Around the far turn. Deb Seabreeze continues on. Once again bumps the lead out to about 3. Better Have Cash on the outside. Down to the inside, Love That Gal. Cozenal, the favorite's back 4th now in deep water here. Going to swing to the outside with Gracious Beauty, who's trying to wind it up from the back as they have just over a furlong to go. Deb Seabreeze. Here's Better Have Cash coming after that rival on the outside, and Better Have Cash with dead aim. And Deb Seabreeze, Love That Gal, going to try to follow Better Have Cash. Better Have Cash grabs the lead, wanders toward the inside, but has a 2-length lead. Love That Gal on the outside. Better Have Cash wins it. 10 to 1 winner here. Love That Gal was second. Third went to Deb Seabreeze. 4th, Cozenal. 8, 1, 2, 6, and 4. 113.03 seconds, the final time for the 6 furlongs. To the winner's circle, the winner of today's second race, now official winner, is Better Have Cash. Better Have Cash, a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Anchor Down out of Blazing Bella, was bred in Kentucky by Moss Lake Farm and Anchor Down Syndicate. Christina Gilbert, the winning owner. James Alessi, the winning trainer. Sarah Hess, aboard for the winning ride. Better Have Cash, right at that 10-1 morning line. Winner. Returns $22.40 for the win. Another upsetter underneath, so big exacta, $282.10 for that $1 exacta. And a almost $4 bonus on the one for that on-track show price. Trifecta, $792.30. The Dime Super, $420.96. Early Daily Double, a pair of 8, $61.20. Nobody had that super high 5, so we got a graphic-worthy carryover of $10,521. That's coming up into the third race, which has just a field of 7, which is the minimum we need for a super high 5. So take your shots after that $10,000 carryover coming up in just 22 minutes. Starts the middle pick 4. Scratch number 4, Park Avenue Betty. Number 4, Park Avenue Betty is out. Post time for the third. 10,000 plus super high 5 carryover in 21 minutes.
Race 3 is going to start our next pick 4. It's a 16 claimer for fillies and mares 3 years old and up, which have never won 2 races. They're going to be going 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 1, Gold Stamp, trained by Mike Deeney. She's in here after getting put away from pressing the pace last out through a very hot one at Belmont at the Big A. It was 25 and 2L competition on the turf. She'd run a good third the start prior, overcoming a bad go from the gate, and she came from off the pace, got the show dough in a 30 and 2L on the turf at Colonial, and that was off a win over maiden 40s there. I know this is a dirt race, and she's actually run over this track 3 times. The last time got beat 2 lengths in main special weight here, so I do think she certainly fits. I love that she's dynamic in style, and I'm not too concerned about the rail. She does have early foot, and she has shown she is willing to duel. Juan Avila, he sends up the number 5, Mi Bella Genio, who has had time to freshen up since getting dueled out of submission to finish 3.5 back and forth against 25 and 2Ls at Delaware Park. Country Economics was second that day, but back to this filly. She's never run at Tampa, but this is some class relief. She had run against beaten 30s on September 1st, held her own in the early going before that optional starter 16. Overmatched there considering the condition, though she was favored because she won that main 12-5 to start prior, gate to wire by 13 3/4 lengths. So yeah, this is a barn that knows how to spot their horses, and you got top jock Sammy Marin aboard. Now back to the number 6, that is Country Economics. She was second in that September 18th start, but then they bumped her into that optional 20 starter 12, and she did show some early speed, but she was simply overmatched. They dropped her back in class into a condition claimer at the 17.5 level, but that was on synthetic. Then that last out here, back at Tampa, 25 and 12, so perhaps in for 16, she can get back on the board. She's run in the money on this course in half her 16 starts over it. So I'm going to go 1-5-6 in race 3, which again starts our next pick 4.
Fans, don't forget registration now open for our 10 Days of Festivus handicapping contest, an online handicapping contest. It's free to participate. Visit TampaBayDowns.com for more information. A $1,000 prize to the winner. It starts on Friday, but registration is open now. Get signed up for our 10 Days of Festivus handicapping contest. The horse is on the track post-printing for today's third race, a $16,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They'll be at 6 furlongs over that fast-made track. Field of 7 set to go. Scratch number 4, Park Avenue Betty. Number 4 is scratched. Field of 7 in. Race 3 offers daily double exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We do have a $10,521 super high 5 carryover. Pick 3, we start the middle. Pick 4, post time for the third in 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time, 2 minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute away, 1 minute to post time. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's third. Started that middle pick 4. Field of 7 here at 6 furlongs, 8-5 on the number 5, Mi Belejeño, right at that morning line. 2-1 down on the inside, Gold Stamp taking some support. 3-1 Soundtrack on the outside, of course. Big scratch here, Park Avenue Betty. Adios Tipsy moving in. Here's Pre. Mi Belejeño. The final 3 going to be Country Economics, Panic Mode, and Soundtrack will be all set for a start. Country Economics, Ademar Santos moving up. Panic Mode, Victor Lara for Luis Dominguez. And the final one going to be Soundtrack, Wesley Ho for trainer Nick Goodwin. The red, white, and blue silks, pink cap. We've had a couple of 8s wins so far today. This is 3-1 to have them win 3 in a row. Oh, acting up there's a couple horses, including the 1 and the 7. The 1 broke through the front of the gate. Looks like the rider there, Sonny Lee. Soundtrack has gone in. Looks like Gold Stamp going to head back behind the gate, receive the veterinarian inspection. And once given the green light, which it appears that she has, Sonny Leon's going to climb back on board. Load in will be set for a start. Today's third. 6 furlongs the distance. 7-5, Mi Belejeño. 5-2, Gold Stamp. Loading in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Very level start. Gold Stamp down toward the inside, Soundtrack from the outside. Those two are quickest, and right between them goes Country Economics, who is away in third, but it's Gold Stamp to lead it now by a half a length. The Soundtrack in second. In the third spot, Country Economics. Break of 2 more back to Panic Mode, who's fourth. Mi Belejeño, fifth in the yellow colors, about 5.5, 6 off the top. It's then a big gap, 6 more lengths back to Pre and Adios Tipsy. Those two are distant trailers as they run toward that far turn. Gold Stamp is the leader. It's Gold Stamp behind the 3.5 furlong marker, a length and a half in front. Mi Belejeño's made up some steady ground up on the outside of Soundtrack. Coming up to challenge now is Mi Belejeño all the way up to second. Soundtrack is third, just a length off the top. Country Economics fourth, down toward the inside. It's 3 more then back to Panic Mode. Another gap back to Pre and Adios Tipsy continues to trail. Around to the quarter pole. Mi Belejeño right up alongside of Gold Stamp. Soundtrack going to come 3 wide to make it 3 across the track as they come into the lane. Here comes Soundtrack with momentum down the outside. Coming after Me Belehenyo and Gold Stamp. Country Economics is back to fourth. Soundtrack is the leader. It's Soundtrack opening up now. 2.5, 3 lengths. Gold Stamp trying to fight for that second spot with Me Belehenyo, but it's going to be Soundtrack. Make it 3 8s in a row to start the card. Soundtrack and Wesley Ho by 4 in the end. Gold Stamp looked to hold on for second there over Me Belehenyo. Country Economics finished fourth. Eight, 1, 5, 6, and 2. 8, 1, 5, 6, and 2. The unofficial order, 112.26 seconds. Soundtrack, your race 3 winner from the number 8 post position. Been the story of the day so far. 3 8s to start the card. That 888 pick 3 returns $132.65. To the winner's circle, Soundtrack, 4-year-old dark Bayer Brown filly by Union Rags out of Party Goer, was bred in Kentucky by Gary and Mary West Stables. Thunder Stride Racing LLC, the winning owners. Nick Goodwin, the winning trainer. And Wesley Ho aboard for the winning ride as Soundtrack victorious here in today's third race. Eight one exact at $12.80. Trifecta $15.35. The dime super $6.26. Daily double eights, 61.10. The pick 3 all eights, 132.65. And the high five was hit for $157.40. Race number 4 is going to be coming up next in 28 minutes at 2:01 p.m. Scratch number 2 rolling on. Number 2 rolling on is out. Number 3 Dundee is plus £1. Today's 4th race starts the Ultimate 6, $2,039 in the jackpot carryover. Post time for the 4th in just 28 minutes. Paging Mark Beatty to security, please. Tampa Bay Downs patron Mark Beatty, please head to the security office on the first floor. Mark Beatty.
Race 4 kicks off the Ultimate Six, and it is with a 5-claimer for 3-year-olds and up, set at 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 3, Dundee, he looks live back here at Tampa. It's where he's finishing the money in 3 of 4. That lone off the board start, and by the way, I should mention 2 of those were wins. But the lone off the board start, that was when he finished 4th after starting from the rail in an optional 12, starter 8. And that was a race won by Silver Slugger. Last 2 starts for this boy were on the synthetic at Presque Isle. And Arriagata, he's not only bringing him back to a track that he clearly digs, but with a weight allowance as well. Lone concern is he was able to put up complimentary figures on synthetic as well, and those did tail off the last 2 starts. So we'll see. The number 2, Rolling On, he is fast. Had the far outside draw last out at the open 10 level.
The horses onto the track, post parading for today's fourth race, $5,000 claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 6 furlongs over that fast main track. Scratch number 2. Number 2 is Scratch. Number 3, Dundee, is 1 pound over. Race number 4, a field of 8 set to go those 6 furlongs. We have Daily Double, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Pick 3, Super High 5, and we start the Ultimate 6. That pool about to head over $10,000. There's $2,039 in the jackpot carryover. Reminder, you have to be the sole winning ticket to take home the jackpot. It starts here in today's fourth. 6 minutes to post. Two minutes to post time. Today's fourth race. We'll start that Ultimate 6 in just 2 minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's fourth race, the Ultimate Six, in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fourth Ultimate Six time here. Field of 8 at the 6 furlong distance here. Favoritism going the way of the number 1, Elusive Dioro at 8-5. 9-5 on the 3, Dundee. So the 2 inside runners getting the most support early. Or I should say late, as we have just a few more moments in the wagering period. Here's off to the races coming up. Bettering to gate 4. Victor Lara, 10-pound apprentice on board for Raul Quinones. Here's Bettering coming up. The final 2 are going to be Float On, and Hey Moon will be all set for a start. Today's Ultimate Six. Bettering still not in. Looks like they're going to open the front of the stall for Bettering, who proceeds to head right in. Float On and Hey Moon, the final pair. Here's Float On. Wesley Ho looking for a race-to-race double. Took the previous race with Soundtrack. And Hey Moon, Alonso Quinones to the outside. Hey Moon coming up. And Hey Moon going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Dundee broke beautifully and goes right out to the early lead as they meet up with the main course. Down to the inside, Elusive Dioro is away in good order. So 2 of the favorites right there. Estilo Magico, Float On, off to the races, and Hey Moon. About 6 of them lined up there on the front end. It's about 5 or 6 more, then back to Haberdashery, and another 4 back to Longshot Bettering. As they head up the back stretch, it's Dundee in front by a length to Float On in second. Elusive Dioro down toward the inside, 4 deep here for Estilo Magico. Going to be 5 deep for Off to the Races, who's on the far outside as they run into the turn. 22.70 seconds for Dundee, who leads at 3/4 of a length to Float On. Off to the Races out wide, poking a nose into that 3rd spot. Estilo Magico's between horses in that 2nd flight. Elusive Dioro down toward the fence. 3 more back to Hey Moon. Haberdashery trying to close in, still has about 9 lengths to find. Dundee just in front of Float On. It's Dundee by a neck. Float On the outside. These 2, 2.5 in front of Estilo Magico. Elusive Dioro stays glued to the fence toward the inside. Off to the Races, stalled out a touch on the far outside. Meanwhile, Dundee keeps on going. Dundee and Ronaldo Rodriguez to the 16th pole, 2.5 lengths in front of Float On and Elusive Dioro. It's Dundee by the 50-yard marker. Dundee going to go on to win it here. Dundee and Ronaldo Rodriguez by 4.5 in the end. Float On held second over Elusive Dioro. Estilo Magico was 4th. 3, 5, 1, 7, and 6. 3, 5, 1, 7, 6 on official order. 3 to 5 favorite Dundee. Results are official. 340 on the win for Dundee. Dundee, 5-year-old Bay Gelding by Speightstown out of Humorous Miss, was bred in Kentucky by Dr. Tom Keenan and Speightstown Syndicate. Juan Arriagada and Stephen Duraney are the winning owners. Juan Arriagada, the winning trainer. Ronaldo Rodriguez aboard for the winning ride as Dundee bet down to favoritism, our first favorite of the day here in race 4. Prices on your television monitors. The exacta $5.60. Trifecta $3.90. Time Super $2.58. The Daily Double $10.90. Pick 3 $92.60. The High Five hit for $184.30. We're going to start our late pick 5 in 23 minutes, and we're going to be on that Tampa turf. The rail of 12 feet, the turf firm, and a mile and a 16th distance. Full field of 12 set to go. To start the late pick 5 in race 5, number 2 Dominican Thunder make the rider Adamar Santos. Adamar Santos rides the 2. Jockey change on the 12 Reneg make the rider Chris Landeros. Race 5 in 23 minutes. We did have a claim in today's 4th race. Number 1, Elusive Dioro, in a 4-way shake was claimed, goes to owner Robert Decker Jr., trainer Michael Simone.
Race 5 is going to kick off our late pick 5. It's with the main 16 for 3-year-olds and up, set at a mile and 16th on the turf. The number 8 in for Kathleen DeMasi, just one start against New Jersey bred main special weights. Race was just 5 furlongs. He did hop out of the far outside post when those gates popped open. Pace was slow. And remember, this race was also run under the lights. Pedigree wants more ground. He is by Slumber. Slumber was a grade 1 winner for Chad Brown, won the Manhattan at a mile and a quarter. The mom's a daughter, a silent name. He was a champion miler in Japan. And her half-sister was a stakes-placed runner in France. Second dam race in France as well, but did have dirt pedigree, being a daughter of the great Ali Sheba and a half-sister to another great racehorse in Unbridled. So you do see that there is dirt influence, but it's class too. And this boy has had the turf genetics reinforced, being by Slumber, clearly wants 2 turns. He's going to get that here today. The 4 Al Rasik in for Carrasco, clearly bred for turf, being a son of Kitten's Joy, and out of Ahwafi, who is a full sister to stakes winner Aftab and hails from the family of Group 1 winners Bari and Al Farik. He has been game against main special weight company, and as of late, main 25s. Has had to run on good and soft ground, runs comparably to win on firm, but it does bear noting that the only firm turf codes he's had were the first 2 to start the career at Gulfstream and Churchill against main special weights. So I think he can move up the remainder he needs to get to the winner's circle potentially here, fresh and on the drop-in. And then the 10, Rateco, making a first start for Scooter Davis, who strikes at 24%, sending one out for the first time. So yeah, he already looks tough. Add in that he's been running against some stiff New York competition for a good part of the year, and that he nearly got the job done, dropped in for main 25 last out at Laurel, then yeah, he could certainly make the winner's circle, especially when you factor in he got bumped out of the gate in that last outing, and the margin of defeat in the end was a mere half length. 6th placed, Renfro's Reception, won next out by 4 3/4 lengths at Laurel, dropped in for 16. So I'm going to go 8 4 10 in race 5, which again kicks off the late pick 5.
On to the track for today's fifth race, the Freddie Z and Friends Purse. It's a $16,000 maiden claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward. They'll be at a mile and a 16th on that firm Tampa turf. The rail of 12 feet. Scratch the 13 also eligible runners. Field of 12 set to go. Jockey change on the 2 Dominican Thunder. Make the rider Adamar Santos. Jockey change on the 12 Reneg. Make the rider Chris Landeros. Race 5 offers exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and super high 5 wagering. We have a daily double. A pick 3, we start that late pick 5. That pool already over $51,000. Still got 6 minutes to get involved. Good field 12 on turf in 6. Two minutes to post time. Today's fifth race. They're onto the turf course and approaching the gate. Late pick 5. The Freddie Z and Friends Purse in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. Again, do want to welcome our featured group, Freddie Z and Friends, to the winner's circle. This race named in their honor. Freddie Z and Friends, our featured group for the 5th. Yeah, the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 5th. Started the late pick 5. Late pick 5 pool over $120,000. Field of 12 on the turf at a mile and a 16th here. Your favorite 2-1 on the number 10, Ritico. 7-2 on the number 3, Silver Ore. 5-1 on the number 4, Al Rasik. Here's Dominican Thunder coming up. Kid Chaos out to gate 7, 16-1 price right now. Metal Church and Silver Ore are going to be the next two. Al Rasik to gate 4 after them. Rider out of the saddle on the number 8, Metal Church. Looks like Sonny Leone's going to hop back on board once that horse is loaded in. Zen Air's coming up to gate 5 as Metal Church still not quite in. Blue Sky Sill, long shot at 70-1 out to gate 9. Flag Officer, Ritico the next two. Ritico your 2-1 favorite. Flag Officer coming up. The final two are going to be So-So, and Reneg will be all set for his start. Late pick 5 time. Chris Landeros and Reneg to the outside. Reneg goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Al Rasik set hard for early speed. Dominican Thunder is the quickest early on, though, and goes up to assume the early advantage. Metal Church from out of the pack coming up. Again, Al Rasik trying to get up in there, but got shut off by Kid Chaos, who was working over. Also Ritico from the far outside. So it's Ritico, Dominican Thunder, and between them, Metal Church. Those three across the course with one circuit remaining. Pulling him behind them is Silver Punch in that 4th position. Found a good spot down along the rail. It's another length and a half then. Back to Kid Chaos. Al Rasik settles down in 6th. After that, Zen Air. Flag Officer going to be 4 wide in the 8th spot. It's another half length to Silver Ore, who's down toward the inside 9th. Length and a half after that to So-and-So. Then comes Reneg. Blue Sky Sill is the early trailers. Up front, Ritico tugs to the lead. 22.93 seconds for the opening quarter mile. Ritico working over now toward the inside, a length and a half in front of, but on hold is Dominican Thunder's in that 2nd position. Flag Officer advancing out 3 deep, now to challenge for 2nd. Meanwhile, Silver Punch, big long shot, continues to travel pretty well in 4th. Length after that back to Reneg, who's moved up a couple of spots. Now settles fifth, 4 off the top. Alrasik stays down toward the inside. Been a bit of a trouble trip for that runner so far. After that comes Kid Chaos. Silver Ore got shuffled back a little bit there, as did Metal Church, who's dropped right out of it. Blue Sky still is out of last. Zen Air so is the trailer. Riteko still the leader. 47.98 seconds for Riteko. A length and a half in front of Silver Punch, who's pushed along to go after that one in second. They're now 3 clear. Valrasik, who tries to come through down along the inside, in third. Silver Ore's also trying to launch from the back along with Kid Chaos. Riteko strictly the one to catch at the top of the stretch, though. Riteko off the turn in front by 3. Silver Punch continues to battle in second. 4 more, then back to Dominican Thunder. Silver Ore, flag officer trying to run on as well. But at the 16th pole, it's all Rosario Montanez and Riteko. Riteko well clear here. Silver Punch can try to hold second from Silver Ore. Riteko's a winner. Silver Punch is going to hold second from Silver Ore. Late running So-So came from last to get fourth. $182,327 in that late pick 5. Good luck to all those with live tickets still. The favorite does score here. Slight favorite at 2-1 over the 80-1 long shot who ran second, and 5-2 second choice. Number 3 Silver Ore finishing third. Still awaiting the unofficial results to be posted. Ten, 1, 3, 11, and 2. Results are official. $6.40 on the win for Riteko. Into the winner's circle, Riteko. 3-year-old dark Bayer Brown gelding by Outwork out of What's Brewin' was bred in Kentucky by Branch Thoroughbreds. Controversial Racing are the winning owners. Scooter Davis, the winning trainer. Rosario Montanez on board for that front-running score. Riteko, your favorite, 640 to win. The The exacta 10 and 1, $166.30. Trifecta $303.90. Dime Super $387.94. The Daily Double 510. The pick 3 $12.20. Early pick 4 $381.90. The early pick 5 $1,557.25. Nobody had the super high 5, so we'll carry over $1,260 to the upcoming 6th race, race number 6. Starts the late pick 4. Field of 7 set to go 7 furlongs. Scratch number 3, Gallop d'Hermes. Number 3 is scratched. Race 6, late pick 4 coming up in 20 minutes. Fans, don't forget to get signed up for that free handicapping contest. There are 10 days of Festivus handicapping contest gets underway on Friday, but registration is open. Visit TampaBayDowns.com for more information. $1,000 top prize to the winner, and it's free to play. In the winner's circle, we want to welcome in our featured group for this 5th race, Freddie Z and Friends, joining us in the winner's circle, our featured group here for today's 5th. Welcome to Freddie Z and Friends.
Race 6 is going to start our late pick 4. It's for fillies and mares 3 years old and up, which have never won 2 races other than maiden, claiming, starter, or state bred, or which have never won 3 races, or an optional claiming price of $32,000. They're going to be going 7 furlongs on the main track. The number 2, Poema, looks to be lone speed here. Yes, I know she folded the last time she ran, but that was back in August in the Sheer Drama Stakes running Sans Lasix. She had previously wired a 25 starter allowance at Gulfstream and looks to be working well ahead of this return to the races, and she's got a great draw to employ that speed seemingly without much pressure. She's run here 3 times, got beat just a half length in an optional 100 by Dreaming of Snow, was 5th after a wide start in the Minaret, and then got beat just ahead in a 50 handicap. So I think she does look very tough. The number 8, Easy Come Easy Go, in for Reynaldo Richards, hasn't run since finishing 5th after a wide trip in at this level back in April. She's been in against Poema in the past. She was 5th in that March 9th 50 handicap and off a win at this condition here. Now, way back when, she actually beat Poema in an optional 25 N1X at Gulfstream. Again, that was a long time ago, though, 2022. Still, this is a game horse who has a good late kick. And the number 6, You Light Up My Life, in here for Bennett. She's going to be making a second off the layoff, having missed by just a neck as the post-time favorite last out after getting out of the gate a hair slowly at Gulfstream. Now, before the layoff, this filly finished 5.5 back of Poema in a 25 starter allowance, and the start itself was off a layoff. She's run here at Tampa before, clearly digs this course with 3 wins from 6 starts over it, including the last 2 times she's run here. Took a 25 N3L back in February at 6.5 furlongs, and then an optional 16 N1X at the mile 40 distance. And that's a race she took by 6 lengths with Batista aboard. So I'm going to go 2-8-6 in race 6, which again starts the late pick 4.
The horses onto the track, post parading for today's sixth race, a $32,000 allowance optional claiming event for fillies and mares. 3-year-olds and up, they'll be at 7 furlongs over that fast track. Scratch number 3, a field of 7 remain in. Race number 6 offers daily double exacta trifecta superfecta wagering. We have a super high 5 carryover of $1,260. We also start a daily double, a pick 3, and the late pick 4 gets underway in 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's sixth race, late pick 4 in 2 minutes. The horses now making their way up the 7-furlong chute toward the starting point. We're just 1 minute from post time. Today's 6th race, late pick 4 in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 6th, late pick 4, about to get underway here. Field of 7 at that 7/8 starting point. The top of the backstretch chute. Callie Sue going to be the first to move forward. Your 2-1 co-favorites, number 2 Poima, number 6 You Light Up My Life. 4-1 on the outside, Easy Come, Easy Go, your third choice. Here is Poima. Samuel Marin sitting on 399 career wins. Just Like You coming up. Dancing Magic to gate 5. Sonny Leone for Michael Campbell in the Melon Patch colors. Here's You Light Up My Life, just waiting on Twin Empire. Easy Come, Easy Go will be all set for a start. Today's 6th event, late pick 4 on a sunny Wednesday here. Don't forget racing Friday and Saturday this weekend. Sundays will be added to our weekly rotation starting just before the Christmas holiday. Easy Come, Easy Go to the outside. Going to be the last one to join. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Poima down toward the inside was out quickest. Twin Empire from post 7 showing some early speed. And from the extreme outside, Easy Come, Easy Go. But it's Poima in front as they come out of the chute and onto the main track. A half length in front of Twin Empire. Easy Come, Easy Go. The gray is out third. Length and a half more back to the pair of Dancing Magic and You Light Up My Life. They're 5th and 6th and only 3 off the top. It's another length and a half back to Just Like You. And then a big gap, about 4.5 or 5, back to Callie Sue, who is the early trailer. So they run down the back stretch, 22.69 seconds, the opening quarter mile, and it's Poima the leader. Poima in front by the half-mile pole, just over a length. The Twin Empire down to the inside. You Light Up My Life creeps closer, a joint second. Out wide, Easy Come, Easy Go. Coming under a bit of a ride in 4th. There's still about 3 off this solo leader. It's another length then, back to Dancing Magic, Just Like You, pushed along from 6th. Still 5 more back to Callie Sue. 45.99 seconds for Poima, who's done it quite nicely as they wind around to the quarter pole. Poima a length and a half in front of You Light Up My Life. Jose Batista trying to come after that one. 2 more then back to Dancing Magic, who slips through down toward the inside up to 3rd as Poima into the lane. Poima given the cue, opens up by 2.5. On the outside, You Light Up My Life. Dancing Magic still down toward the inside 3rd, still 3.5, 4 behind as Poima is pulling away in the final 16th of a mile. It's Poima, Samuel Marin. This will be career win number 400 for Samuel. He'll do it by about 7 or 8 in the end. You Light Up My Life was 2nd, Dancing Magic 3rd, Easy Come, Easy Go, finished 4th. Late pick 4 pool, just over that $100,000 mark. And your 9 to 5 second choice, Poima victorious here. Results are official. 560 on the win for Poima. Now 7 wins from 34 career starts for the 6-year-old bay mare by Neolithic out of Coco's Legacy. Bred in Florida by Cheryl Janine McGuire and James Patrick. JC Racing Stable, the winning owners. Jose Castro, the winning trainer. Samuel Marin, his 400th career win. Congratulations to Samuel and the team behind Poima. Victorious here in the 6th. Prices on the board. That exact $7.20. Trifecta $9.25. The dime super $6.60. Daily double $8.40. Pick 3 $10.50. The middle pick 4 $41.20. The high 5 for $1 $448.50. Race 7's coming up next. We're back on the turf course at a mile and a 16th. Maiden special weight event. Field of 8 set to go. Post time for today's 7th. We'll start our final pick 3 on the card. 22 minutes at 3:33 p.m.
Race 7 is the main special weight for fillies and mares, 3 years old and up, set at a mile 16th on the turf. The number 7 Pop Art, she's going to be making career start 2 and a first start for Proctor. Flexible, classy pedigree. She cost $750,000 for a reason. And don't forget her sire, Medaglia d'Oro, is a Sadler's Wells sire-lined stallion. And then her mom painting a grade 3 winner on Tapeta, daughter of Distorted Humor out of Hand Painted by AP Indy. Hand Painted was a dirt horse, grade 1 placed on it at that. Also a full sister to Sovereign Champion Older Mare Serenading. And this is also the family of Touch Gold with approval and such. Again, not explicitly turf, but let's see how she does here getting on the green and 2 turns for Proctor and Morales. The number 8 Portfolio Duration in for Chad Brown has not run since just missing her debut here by a mere head to her stablemate who'd already run twice before and had gotten beaten 2 lengths on debut by Laura Lynn. Portfolio Duration has had more time to mature, obviously has a stellar pedigree. Debut produced 2 next out winners, and we recently saw Native Rose get beat just a neck here on the 22nd in an allowance. Going to complete the top 3 with the number 4, that is Spinning Class for Shug McGahee. Hasn't raced since a troubled last place finish at Keeneland against Maine Special Weight Company at a mile. She had previously gotten beaten 4 1/4 in an off the layoff Maine Special Weight at Gulfstream, also at a mile. And the filly who won that race won an optional 50 N2L 2 starts later. Now, one of the horses in there, also the 5th place My Brazilian Girl, she next got beat just 2 lengths in the grade 3 Orchid. Now, Spinning Class has run here just once, and she was a well-beaten 3rd, but that was back in January of 2024. So I would not base what she'll do over this course on that lone start over it. So I'm going to go 7, 8, 4 in race 7.
The horses on the track post parading for today's 7th race, a maiden special weight event for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 1 1/16 on the turf course. The turf is firm, the rail at 12 feet. No scratches or changes here in this field of 8. Race number 7 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, super high 5 wagering. We start the late pick 3 in just 4 minutes. 4 minutes to post time. Two minutes to post time. The horses are making their way onto the turf course. They are approaching the starting gate. We're 2 minutes away from today's late pick 3, race 7 and 2. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 7th race. Started the late pick 3. Maiden special weight group here with a heavy favorite on the outside. Portfolio Duration. Antonio Gallardo riding for Chad Brown in the Klarovich Stables. Here's Money Trail to the inside gate, 31-1 price. Paris Gold is going to be up next, along with Attagirl Addie. Too Much Fun, the gray up to gate 6, Marcos Meneses for William Deaton. Here's Pop Art in the Glen Hill colors. Paris Gold finally coming forward. Poverty with a View, Spinning Class, and Portfolio Duration. The favorite going to be the final one to join as we get set for the late pick 3 here. Final turf race of the afternoon. Be on the main track for the final couple of races. Spinning Class coming up, Portfolio Duration, and Antonio Gallardo to the outside draw. The favorite goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Popor toward the outside was away in good order. Here's Poverty with a View coming forward, and Poverty with a View just in front of Pop Art away in second. Spinning Class coming up between them is third. Portfolio Duration on the far outside, the favorite out in the clear as they bend into the stretch for the first time. Poverty with a View in front by 2. Pop Art in second, Spinning Class third. Then comes Portfolio Duration fourth, well held. It's a length and a half more back to Paris Gold. Too Much Fun. The gray is back third last. The two at the back, Attagirl Addie and Money Trail as they work their way into that first turn. And it's Poverty with a View by the 6 furlong marker in front by almost 2. Pop Art gets a touch closer in that second spot. A Spinning Class now 3 lengths back in third. It's another length to Portfolio Duration. The favorite settles back fourth, about 4.5 off the top. 23.18 seconds for the opening quarter mile. It's Poverty with a View. Daniel Centeno trying to slow him down up top. That lead still just under 2 lengths. Pop Art continues on in second. Spinning Class down toward the inside is third. Portfolio Duration in the clear fourth. Paris Gold is fifth down at the fence, about 6.5 adrift. After that comes Attagirl Addie. It's about 5 more back to Too Much Fun, who dropped back there with Money Trail. Those two are both 11 or 12 off the lead. 47.34 seconds for an opening half mile. Things have gone the way of Poverty with a View, who goes into that far turn in front by 2. Portfolio Duration, the favorite, now starting to stoke the fires up on the outside. Spinning Class bottled up in behind horses. Things got tight there for Pop Art around the turn. Attagirl Addie's trying to launch in the green colors. Portfolio Duration, though, cruises up to the lead. Poverty with a View now back to second. Pop Art trying to move with Spinning Class. They're third and fourth, trying to gain up on the outside. Portfolio Duration coming by the 8th pole. The lead's 2. Pop Art comes from out of the pack to chase from second. 2 more than back to Spinning Class. Late run from Money Trail, but by the 16th pole, Portfolio Duration striding clear now. Portfolio Duration, an easy winner here. Won it by 5.5, 6 in the end. Pop Art was second. Money Trail did get up for third. Fourth was close. Spinning Class or Paris Gold. Eight, 7, 1, 4, and 2. 8, 7, 1, 4, and 2. Your unofficial order. Portfolio Duration, heavy favorite here, victorious. 143 flat for the mile and 16th. Price is on the board, 240 on the win for Portfolio Duration. Winner here in career start number 2. Both have been here at Tampa. Portfolio Duration, your 7th race winner, a 3-year-old Bay filly by Night of Thunder out of Shemaiah, was bred in Great Britain by Michael E. Waits. Claravage Stables Incorporated, the winning owners, Chad Brown, the winning trainer, Antonio Gallardo aboard for the winning ride. Portfolio Duration, the favorite, victorious here in today's 7th race. The exacta $4.10, trifecta $35.95, dime super 1982. Daily double 360, the pick 3 $9.05, high five $2,388.20. 8th race is coming up next in 24 minutes at 4:06 p.m. Race number 8 will start the late double. We're on the main track at 1 mile and 40 yards. We'll be starting right in front of the grandstand here. No scratches or changes in race 8. Post time coming up in 24 minutes.
Race 8 is a 10 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, set at a mile 40 yards on the main track. The number 2 Triple Pass is in for Lynn Rarick, and off a layoff going back to September. That's when he got beat 3.5 at Canterbury in an optional 20 and 2X at 7 furlongs, which was run just 10 days after he contested an optional 12 and 1X. Now, last time this fella made the winner's circle, it was an optional 12 and 1X there, again at 7 furlongs. But more ground is fine, and it's been a very long time since he's run in a straight-up claimer, and he's never been in for this low. Looks to be working quite well over the track, too, so thinking he could run big here with Santos in this Tampa debut. The number 1, Thought. He's another taking a big drop in class, having last run 4th in an optional 30 at the Finger Lakes, which was a first start off a layoff. He's actually 2 for 2 at Tampa. He won an optional 32 and 2X here back in January of 24. And this past April, he won an open 10 at the mile 40 distance. The number 5, Pando, I think he's interesting. He finished last year on opening day in for 16, but that race was on the turf. He was drawn wide, and after tugging along into a slow half, he sat off mid-pack only to then be taken out wide around the turn. If you take it back to the dirt form, last main track start was at Parks, and he finished last, I know, in a 4-horse field after contesting the pace in an optional starter 25. And that is a race which was off the layoff and wherein the top 2 won their next starts at Parks, figures of 87 and 78 respectively. Now the Tampa form specifically puts this boy right in the mix, even if he only has one on the board finish in 3 tries over the track. That was a half-length defeat in an optional 16 and 1X, a level at Tampa that always draws salty competitive fields. In a straight 10 on the dirt, I think Pando could be tough. So I'm going to go 2-1-5 in race 8.
The horse is onto the track, post parading for today's 8th race. We start the late daily double here. $10,000 claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 1.40 miles on that fast main track. Field of 9 set to go postward here. No scratches or jockey changes here in today's 8th race. We have daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and super high 5 wagering. Post time for the 8th in 7 minutes. Five minutes. Just 2 minutes to post time. Today's 8th race, the late daily doubles, coming up in 2 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's 8th race, the late daily double, in 1 minute. 1 minute to post time. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 8th race, late double here on a Wednesday. Shadows starting to move over the racetrack as the sun winds down for the afternoon. 5-2, a favorite on the outside. Number 9, the best distance, is a field of 9 going a mile and 40 here. Here's Thought moving in. Pando in the happy 10th colors to gate 5. Triple Pass, Adamar Santos for Lynn Rarick to gate 2 right now at 6-1. Pretty wide open affair here. As Jades J gets set to load in. Lace Up to gate 3, Marcos Meneses on Lace Up. Action Seeker coming up. The final two going to be Alamique, and the best distance will be all set for a start. The best distance, Antonio Gallardo for Juan Arriagada. They each got a win today. And they're in the gate. And the race is on. Thought from the inside was away well. Here's Lace Up charging through between horses. Triple Play is also right there, as is Alamique, and out wide there. The best distance as they run to that turn. It's Lace Up, the best distance, and between them Alamique. Those three are the quickest. Down to the inside, Triple Pass, right up there with the front ranks as well. Jades J is 5th and only 2 off the lead. Meanwhile, Action Seeker advancing way on the outside. Action Seeker in that pink cap. Got to be 5 or 6 wide as they sort themselves out here. It's been a scramble for the early lead. Up on the front end, Alamique pokes ahead in front of Lace Up. 3 deep here, the best distance, 4 deep. Action Seeker after a 24.38 second opening quarter mile. In behind them, Jades J, Triple Play. They race as a pair. They're back 5th and 6th. Starting to move up on the outside, Air Invasion from 7th. Pando is 8th. Thought is 9th. The 9 of them now only separated 4.5 lengths as they run up the backstretch with a half mile left to go. On the front end, the best distance and Lace Up. The two favorites now emerge 1-2 as they go past the 3.5 furlong marker. Jades J 3 deep. Action Seeker covering a lot of ground here is 4th, but only a length and a half off the lead. Triple Play is just in behind them, 5th, only 2 off the top as they come around the far turn. Here's Jades J with a 3 wide sweep coming up to Poconos in front of Lace Up down on the inside between horses. The best distance, those 3 across the track. Triple Play trying to join them, going to look for a seam between runners. Meanwhile, Air Invasion's got underway from the back, is launching on the far outside. Jades J, a slight lead as they come to the 8th pole. Air Invasion right down the center. Triple Play going to dive toward the inside with the best distance and Lace Up. A final 16th to go. Here comes Air Invasion trying to overhaul Jades J. Air Invasion on the outside. Air Invasion is 51-1. Did I see the odds right? Jades J was second. Triple Pass finished in 3rd. Gadiel Martinez and Air Invasion. The unofficial winner, 6-7-2-9. Final time, 140.17 seconds. 6-7-2-9 and 3. 51-1, Air Invasion. Jades J was second at 5-1. Triple Pass third at 6-1. We do have a jockey's claim of foul. The rider of the number 2, Triple Pass, alleging interference against the rider of the unofficial winner, number 6, Air Invasion, alleging interference at the top of the stretch. 2 against 6, alleging interference at the top of the stretch. Please hold all tickets. Again, this does affect the unofficial winner. Please hold all tickets. 2 against 6, a jockey's objection here in today's 8th race. Again, a objection, 2 against 6. Alleging interference near the top of the stretch. Please hold all tickets. Do take note, there will be no change to the order of finish, no change. Results will stand as is, no change. 6, 7, 2, 9, and 3 will go official shortly. Air Invasion, a 4-year-old dark bear brown colt by Air Force Blue out of Curls in Place, was bred in Kentucky by John O'Meara. Shannon Colson, the winning owner. Martin Paramo, the winning trainer. Gadiel Martinez aboard for that 51-1 upset winner. Again, no change after the objection. Results will stand, and results are now official. $105 even for a $2 Win Mutual ticket. $1 exact to $347.90. The 50-cent trifecta, $1,259.55. The dime super, $1,279.99. Daily double, $78.80. The pick three, $99.70. Nobody had that super high five, so we'll carry over just over $2,000, $2,064 to the ninth and final. We're going to close out the card in just 18 minutes at 4:35 p.m. Scratch 1 and 5. 1 and 5 are scratched. Field of 10 remain. Jockey change on the number 12, Bobby Bob. Make the rider Marcos Meneses. Post time for the ninth and final in 18 minutes. We did have a couple claims in today's 8th race. Number 2, Triple Pass, was claimed in a 4-way shake. Goes to owner Grantland Johnson, trainer Benny Feliciano. Number 3, Lace Up, in a 3-way shake. Goes to Happy 10th Stable, Tony Wilson, the new trainer.
Race 9 is going to close out today's card with an 8-claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have number 1, 2 races. They're going to be going 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 4, Sir Thomas Teal, is in here for Karen Whittick. Hasn't run since October. That's when they tried him at a mile on the turf at Belterra. He was bumped from the outside post and just didn't really fire. Start prior to that, which was the first for the barn. He got beat just 2 1/4 in at the level, going 6 furlongs. Now, granted, that was just a 5-horse field. And he's run here just once before when in the barn of Kathleen O'Connell. Won a main 16 at 7 furlongs under Ferrer. It is interesting to see the blinkers coming off, but it might get this boy more engaged and not necessarily take away an edge. The number 12, Bobby Bob. Not a great draw, but this boy is cutting back from the 1-turn mile at this level at Gulfstream. And take in mind, he ran in that race on an 8-day turnaround. He had been running against some tougher fields at 2 turns on the synthetic there, including at the beaten 35 level. And as far as dirt sprinting, I mean, the last time he raced on a main track, he finished 5 lengths off the winner in a main 50 at Aqueduct. Going to complete the top 3 with the number 2, that is Love Hate, in here for Kathleen O'Connell. Speed of the speed, but has not raced since August. That's when he got the lead in an off-the-turf beaten 16 at Monmouth at just 5 furlongs. Tired that day and was taking a drop in from beaten 40 company. Last time he ran here, he got the lead, tried a wire from the 2-hole going 6 furlongs in an open 20 restricted to 3-year-olds. And yeah, he could certainly step up here and wire if he shakes loose. Dropped in for 8. So I'm going to go 4-12-2 in race 9, and I'll check you back here on Friday.
The horses onto the track, post-spurting for today's ninth and finals. We get set to close out day number 6 of the season. A field of 10 here at 6 furlongs. It's an $8,000 claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward. Scratch numbers 1 and 5. 1 and 5 are scratched. Jockey change on the 12, Bobby Bob. Make the rider Marcos Meneses. Race number 9 offers exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and super high five wagering. We have a super high five carryover of $2,064. Post time for the ninth and final in 4 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's ninth and final race in 2 minutes. Fans, just a reminder, today's ninth race does wrap up live racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. We do invite you to stick around for simulcast wagering. Of course, poker at Silk's Poker Room as well on the 3rd floor. Some good happy hour specials coming up from 5 to 7 at Legends and Silks on floors 2 and 3 respectively. Live racing back Friday and Saturday this weekend. Friday does start our 10 Days of Festives handicapping contest. Registration is open for that. If you'd like to sign up, it's free to play. And a $1,000 top prize to the winner takes place starting on Friday. For more information, visit tampabaydowns.com. 2 minutes to post time for the finale. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time, 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's ninth and finals. We get set to close out day number 6 of the season. Back at it Friday and Saturday. We hope you make plans to join us. Our first stakes action of the season coming up Saturday. The inaugural and the Sandpiper will be headlining that card. Entry should be out for that right now. Love Hate moving up. Principito out to gate 9. Flat Cap is going to be next. Your post time favorite 2-1 on the number 2 Love Hate. 3-1 Sir Thomas Teal will be one of the next ones to join in the DeBello Racing navy and gray sleeves. Here's My Pal Max in the Eagle View Farm green colors out to gate 11. The final 3, Centerfold Guy, Hendrickson, and Bobby Bob, and we'll be all set for a start. Ready to close the show here on a Wednesday. Hendrickson coming up. And Bobby Bob. Bobby Bob to the outside. Marcos Benes is picking up the mount here on the 12. And going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Flat Cap, Sir Thomas Teal both came away a little bit slowly. Love Hate goes right to the front at once. Love Hate quickly a length and a half in front of Hendrickson. Trophy Collector, Principito there in that next flight, 3rd and 4th. Out wide, Bobby Bob and My Pal Max in and amongst that 3rd flight. Then comes K-Paz in the pink. Sir Thomas Teal trying to rebound after that slow beginning is rallying up the inside. It's 2 more then back to Flat Cap. Centerfold Guy, 10th and last, and about 11 off the lead as Love Hate up front is the leader. It's Love Hate a length and a tail in front of Hendrickson, 22.63 seconds that opening quarter as they go into the far turn. Love Hate 3/4 of a length in front. Hendrickson trying to come after that one from the 2nd position. It's 3 more back to Sir Thomas Teal, who's now up to 3rd. K-Paz, Trophy Collector, they're trying to move 4th and 5th. Principito's back 6th. Then comes My Pal Max as they come around to the top of the stretch. Hendrickson up alongside of Love Hate, and Hendrickson pokes the head in front. Love Hate back to 2nd. 3 more back to Sir Thomas Teal, who's racing in 3rd, and another 3 to K-Paz. A final furlong left to go. Hendrickson and Martina Rojas just narrowly in front. Love Hate staying on. Sir Thomas Teal, K-Paz down the outside by the 16th pole. It's Hendrickson still there, though. Hendrickson by a length and a half or 2. Hendrickson going to go on to win it here. Hendrickson won it by 2 in the end. Second ended up kind of close there between Love Hate and K-Paz. After that, Sir Thomas Teal. 7 and a photo. Photo for the place position. Final time 1:12.05 seconds. Hendrickson, the winner. Seven, 2, 8, 4. The unofficial order now posted. 7, 2, 8, and 4. Seven, 2, 8, 4 is posted on the tote board. Results are unofficial. 7, 2, 8, and 4. Fifth, number 6, centerfold guy. Hendrickson, your 9th race winner. 5-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Nyquist out of Thank You, Mary Lou. Bred in Kentucky by Ken and Sarah Ramsey. Mark Egan, the winning owner, and trainer Martina Rojas aboard for the winning ride as Hendrickson victorious here in today's 9th race. $26.80 on the win for Hendrickson. Prices on your television monitors. The exact is $75.90. Trifecta $192.45. The Dime Super $295.67. Daily doubles $902.50. 50-cent pick 3 pays just a little more than that based off the 50-cent payout. $63.80. That was with that big favorite in the first leg. Late pick 4 $2,009.95. The late pick 5 $8,608.90. In the Ultimate 6, a couple of winners, $5,931, so the carryover moves to $5,994.03. And nobody had the super high 5, so $4,612 will carry over to Friday's card. It'll be in the first race that has 7 or more betting interests. Folks, that does wrap up the show for live racing this afternoon here at Tampa Bay Downs. We thank you for joining us on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon. Hope you make plans to join us when live racing returns on Friday and Saturday. Simulcasting continues downstairs on the main line. Poker at Silk's Poker Room on floor 3. Of course, don't forget we got those great happy hour specials starting at 5 o'clock at Legends and Silk's on floors 2 and 3 respectively. Live racing back Friday and Saturday. When you drive home, please do so safely. And we look forward to seeing you back when racing returns on Friday. Good night, everyone. From Tampa.